Alright folks, welcome back everyone. 皆さんおかえりなさい。今日は360日目です。It is day 360. We are this New Year's Eve local time. Happy New Year to everyone else who has observed it. 明けましたおめでとうございます。Right. ございます。I guess the majority of people would be over on that side. Let's see, we have a really big day today actually. So we have staggered second half 34, a low 34, including whatever this stuff is. Maybe like 2 or 3 units at the same time. So we're probably gonna get a bunch of burn items along with some recent levels. 76 will probably move into Thursday. I think this day might actually stay 0. Alright, let's get right into it. No time like the present. End the year strong. Alright. Oops. Jishaku. I can't spell magnet. Urakiru. Seichi. Tsukure. Buji. It's like it went smoothly, go without a problem, something like that. Safe and sound, yeah. Iki. Oh, oops. Chosha. Jimaku. Kison. Daijoubu. Mokuyobi. Niau. Sochi. Bakufu. Hite. Shonin. Soshin. Kange. Sachi. Same difference. Aniki. It's big bro. Okay. Sudeni. Yatsu. 大病。
奴隷。
裏。遊び。What? What? Oh, you just want to play? Okay. That's fine. Erikutsu. To leave, to take over. Azukaru. Like to take care of something. Like I keep it to look after. All right.
Rouka.
It's special. What? Oh.
手荷物。
That's kind of special. 匂い。
腐食。
Oh, no. Kidding. Oh, the typo.
震源地。
敬語。
筋肉。
What? Oh. The mastermind thing, right? Oh.
黒幕。
Oh, just kidding.
秘訣。
It's
垂らす。画廊。
画廊。
撮影禁止。灰皿。
貴族。
沿線
Ensen.
金曜日どんぶり
源
天皇
Okay. What? What? Okay.
拝
拝見
見する
する。ね、あ、あ、あ、
漏らす
that was a typo. What else?
書
Oh. Oh. What? Oh. Whoops. Hello there, Bree. Evening, evening. I'm doing pretty well. How are you on this New Year's Eve?
紅葉
出版する
How? How? Okay.
普通
To
はい、
はい。Oh, wait. Oh no.
人脈
Doing alright, been busy, right? 5 days in a row. Yeah, you were so dead, you just came home and passed out most days. Oh, you got a few rest days? Or did you get a rest day already? How long ago was that? Congrats on making the average the 5 days a week situation. New milestone.
裏切り
Kitty.
申請 加藤
Whoops.
意義
Iggy. Revered.
尊い
You were off today and that was the first after? Nice. How do you feel after resting? Can you do it all over again?
諸君
押し入れ 服装
Oh.
縮まる
不純
Next week you only work 2 days though, so that'll be nice to have a few rest days back to back. Ah. Well, now you have a larger range threshold. Does feel nice when you have the range, you know? Relative perspective is expanding.
沿岸
Um,
幸い 伝説
伝説 Right. Densetsu. Like to present something. How do I present something? Oh, it hurts so bad you feel like you want to chop your feet off? Well, you got a lot of time to work on it now, right? The idea is to make the process less and less strenuous, or build your endurance up, I suppose. Densetsu. All theory. Your 1 month was yesterday too. Very nice, very nice. Congrats on your month anniversary. What an interesting way to end the year, no? Airu. Run. Densetsu no Koichi. No, Hiro. Hmm. Densetsu. I'm gonna have to come back to this. That's good. One of your coworkers invited you to our new New Year's party. First time you've ever been invited to a party? How was that? How was that? Let's
なし
see.
Maku
Oh, you haven't gone to it yet. Okay.
心臓
A lot of times, when it comes to New Year's things, there's a lot of like New Year's party hopping, and then they kind of coalesce in one place. So when it comes to like coworkers, the New Year's party actually happens at the end of work, as opposed to like personal New Year's where you spend with family and friends before the New Year's thing. collectively the coworkers might be part of that too.
尊敬
変装
So, hope you enjoy it. What do you do? Is there a theme? What is there any extracurriculars? Are there any extracurriculars? Glamour. I thought it was Sawagi.
大騒ぎ
Sawagi. He did have one really bad day at work. He ended up crying, but you talked to the manager and hopefully things will be better from now on. Interesting. So it's something your manager could affect. And no theme to the party as far as you know. There'll be drinking, you don't drink, and there'll be food and music. Other than that, you're not sure. Oh, okay.
聖書
Ish.
背広
What?
貴重 吐く 結婚式 進める
購読する忠実盛る忠告
お
白旗 出版社
Oh. What? Oh.
仮説 歓楽街
Tate what?
縦書き
I'm out.
裏
裏
口
口
肺
海
がん
岸
承
承
知
知
怖い、
怖い。
発
発射
射する、
する。
窓、
窓。
反
反
射、
射。
結
結
婚する、
婚する。結婚する。へ
垂直
垂直。
編む
編む。あ、
直前、
前あー、
浮
浮
かれる
かれる。
窓口配蔵
あ、I thought it was. Oops. Oh,
注
注
射、
射。
背
背
中
中。
異常
異常。Oh my gosh. My keyboard.
尊い、
いや
いや。Oops.
源氏、
源氏。
暮
プラ
らす、
ス。Oh wait. Oh no.
品物、
品物。
豆
変者、
変者。
皇
皇太
太子
子。What's this like to? It's not like consent per se. It's like here. to receive or like to listen, kind of. Accept humbly. So what are you accepting? Oh, this one's really hard. Probably the hardest, without a doubt. Uketa, 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 uketa maru, mawaru,
受けたまわる
uketa mawaru.
Oshi botan. Fuhai.
Hai.
Nureru.
Nureru.
Ise.
Ise.
Shukusho.
Shukusho. Shukusho.
股間 異なる 延長する 武装
冷える。家
家
賃。
賃。
磁場。
リバ
縦
ー。縦。宣
宣伝。
伝。
枝。
枝。
内臓。
捻挫
座。
砂糖
砂糖。
裏
裏
通り
通り。To be thin? To thin out? 出る。Oh.
痩せる。
How do I guess, how do you like verb transitive in something? I guess to get thin is good enough, right? Also? No, yoso. Yosoi.
装い
Yosoi. No one's
時期
Iki.
推定
順毛
宴会
Enkai.
牛
Udon.
丼
ホテル
Hoteru. Or to feel hot, I suppose.
著作
Chosaku.
実践
Disen. Mm.
So
So alongside or to run alongside, yeah, that's fine. All right. Uh-oh. Right. To consume. Crises averted.
筋
Hatsukoi. Hatsukoi.
縦横
Yoko.
西国
Daikoku. Heck. Wait. Urchin. Urchin. Announce? That not like maybe like solicitation? Huh. I cook. I think it's relatively those things. I cook it. I have to come back. Oh. Yeah, no, this is announced. Anyways. Come back to that at some point.
発揮する
発揮する
推薦
推薦
飾
飾り
り系
系
主催、
はい。
土
土曜
曜日
日。
無
無力
力。
無力。
賃貸。
帰結、
月。
皇
皇
室、
室。
野暮、
野暮。
腐
腐
る、
る。
無理。
無理。
異
異
常、
常。
皇族。
皇族。
あ
小
ずき、
豆。What?
拝む。
拝む。宣
宣言。
言。
雑誌、
雑誌。
電源、
電源。
紅茶。
紅茶。
放射、
放射。
背
背
丈、
丈。背丈。The heck? Oops. What? Oh, am I being a pep? What the? Oh, wait. I know what this is. Uh,
はがき。
Hagaki. Oh boy, postcard.
灰色。
灰色。編
編集。
集。編集。
純
純
粋。
粋。
はい。
はい。
無糖。
無糖。
納
納
豆、
豆。
推理、
推理。あ、著しい。
著しい。
著しい. Okay.
He.
Eh.
Uwasa.
Wasa.
Tanjun.
Tanjun.
貴様 式
Shiki. Shiki. Alright. Alright, now we're down to the two that we skipped. I feel like Densetsu. Oh, I know what it is. This one's special. It's kind of like novel, actually. Like a novel thing. Legend. And then Saikoku. Like something to urge while announcing. I thought it was more like advertisement. Or like a notice or something. Oh, it is a notice. Okay, good. All right, that was the highest volume. Like one of the highest volume. It was like 233 or something. And those days don't usually happen to. Start at 1800. Ooh, starting at 1800 is not that great. So we'll probably flip the schedule tomorrow to grab these. Or we do 16, do these 16, which then will sync this one up, right? Because we have an even split of 38-38, largely because the 38 came before. So regardless. Yeah, we can because we start Boom Pro tomorrow. Anyways. Or I need to do a segment for Boom Pro. I haven't decided. I think we're gonna swap the schedule. Largely because I want to end with doing the lots of the yapping and the discovery process. We might actually flip the schedule. Start with HanziHero, then WaniKani, then end with Boom Pro. Maybe that's what we do. For the second half, we'll flip our schedule. No, then it would drift really late because of WaniKani's ridiculousness. We'll stick to this. All right, let's do. We can K3. We can do our reads into our definition. Seki. Oh, Seki in this case is probably kunyomi. Okay. Cough. Go. Mistake. Zo. Internal organ. Eat. Valuable. Don. Donburi. Rice bowl. Ha. T. Didn't see a T. Just a ha. Do. Dude. Slave. Re. Slave. Shiku. Shrink. June. Your. Tate. Tate. Vertical. See, stylish. Se, holy. G, magnet. O, crimson. Ja, shoot. Maku, curtain. Maku, baku. I worship and recommend. See, infer, eat, brandish, hen, run alongside, yen, origin, keen, work, han, delight, show, consent, son, lost, eda, branch, tsume, law, ho, bean, toku, card, rotten, soul, pin. Yeah, and that's a wrap for our final WaniKani lesson session for the year of 2025, right? Right. I guess 良いお年をお迎えください, right? お迎え, yeah. Or for those who are already enjoying their New Year's, right? 明けましたおめでとうございます, right? Happy New Year's, everyone. Or Happy New Year's Eve, soon to be New Year's. That's a wrap for WaniKani session today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. And as always, you're free to follow along, pick up WaniKani, give it a try for yourself. We are adding a new project in 2026. We're gonna go and hit up Boon Pro, right? That will follow WaniKani. So WaniKani is gonna be like more of your standardization. We've standardized most of the stuff, and now WaniKani is going to be on autopilot. Most of the focus are going to be adapting cross interactions between WaniKani and Boon Pro. More on that tomorrow. Tomorrow is when I'll do the opening opinions for Boon Pro and how it relates to WaniKani and all that stuff. Try to explain my intents, decision making, and a little bit of extra other stuff thrown in. Hopefully I make enough time. It'll be a long day tomorrow to start off the New Year's. We always start strong, end strong, and start strong, despite it being back-to-back days, really. So until then, you are more than free to you're more than welcome to come on by, yap a little bit, reflect. I don't know, tell me about your New Year's resolutions, I suppose, if people still do those things. How your holidays were, right, when we get back into the groove of things for the New Year's. Until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. See you guys next time in 2026. Yeah, and thanks for watching. I'm gonna get up and walk around and stretch a little bit before I come back for my HanziHero session. Thank you. Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是353天 is day 353. We are New Year's Eve local time. 新年快乐 to all the individuals who are either celebrating their New Year's Eve and it's already the New Year's on half of the world. Hopefully everyone finds their bright early fresh start to 2026. I'll be there in a couple of hours, and of course we're gonna start the year as strong as we're going to finish. Hopefully we finish strong today. Yesterday was pretty rough, actually. Pretty dang rough. So let's go over our stuff from yesterday. 7 things, I think, or more. Then proportion. This was lined up with 读 and 分. Oh wait. Ni. Ni was lined up with Guo. And then we rewrote the mnemonic for like a special right type of flower in a hidden box that you use this to escape Agent Smith's pursuit. Rong, contain, did a little bit of record keeping for the difference between this structure and a walking dollhouse. So this is a dollhouse, right? Rong, contain. Kind of this institutes a bigger group, so we won't have to worry about that as we go. Other than that, it would be Kong. Kong would be the example of walking dollhouse. Or Tool. Tool is the other one. Tool, superintendent. Or superintend, I suppose. Uncle Wizard keeping an eye. Good enough. It was in基督教 for Christianity. Oh, I just realized I think I wrote it in the wrong direction yesterday. I'm very sure I did. But Jing. Oh, or did I? Wait, I think I wrote it in the right direction. Hold up. Oh no, wait. Oh no, I wrote it in the wrong direction yesterday. It's fine. It feels natural to write it in this direction. I'm pretty sure I wrote in the other direction. It's okay. I made the fork pointing left as opposed to pointing right. Or the other way around. So immerse and Jing. Jing is paired up with Ping. Or no. Jing is paired up with Qing. Qing. And then we kind of sort of rewrote it so that he's like making a makeshift cleaning device that's controlled by a crown. We have Hun. Hun is ruthless, which was mixed in with Hendu for vicious. And this also overlaps with our new one, which is Lang for wolf. And then there's also Liang, which moves the good to the left. There's also Hen for very, the most common one. And there's one more. Oh, the other wolf. That's fine. And then we have one vocabulary word. That was very disappointing. Duan. Dinos. Kinda try to embellish the Jun a little bit. Duan is just gonna be Duan. Good enough. And there's still one more. Dai. Which is lone, and that's paired up with Huo for assets. All right, let's get to our lessons.
侮辱
Rule. Insult. Rule. Disgrace. Insult, disgrace. Villain, insult.
侮辱
Rule.
泥潭
泥潭. Knee. Mud. And Tan. What's that? Oh boy. Oh, that's a deep pool. A muddy deep pool is a mire or a quagmire or a mud pit. That's pretty good.
泥潭推荐
推荐. That's to push or like urge, right? To urge and or infer, I guess. And to push something forward, to push a recommendation. Wait. How does this work? No.
推荐
Yeah.
枕头
Good toe. A pillow, and then toe is a placeholder for these things. Or a type. Make sure.
枕头刹车
Cha-cha. That's to stop car or brake the car. Yeah, to brake the car as in like stop, not be able to brake.
刹车
I wonder if this just takes to stop or brake. Okay, I suppose. Okay.
误入泥盘枕头刹车推荐
Alright.
僧人
Senren. Alright. Senren, which Buddhist monk person is Buddhist monk.
僧人驶入
Shiru. Shame and disgrace put together. Still disgrace.
驶入沸扁
Hey, Dian. Hey, boil. Okay, boiling point.
沸扁僧侣
Sunlu. Sunju. Sunlu. An associate, so still a person.
僧侣枕套
Then Pao pillowcase or pillow cover.
枕套僧人驶入
Okay. Oops, that's a towel.
僧侣沸扁枕套
Alright.
刹住
Chaju. Okay. To break and dwell. So like currently doing the thing is kind of how Jewel, and it usually deals with like being in a fixed place. Like if you are imprisoned, you would add a fixed place like Jewel, or you're like detained, you would be adding a fixed place to be kept in one's place. Cha Jewel makes sense too.
刹住日月潭
日月潭 sun, moon, and that is a deep pool or lake. Okay. I wonder what this one's referring to. Hang on. 日月潭. Ah, I see. Interesting. Okay. I was looking at pictures of it.
日月潭
This is probably like a place.
自荐
自荐 self-recommend. Oh, hey, we just got this. This is also part of our vocabulary in WaniKani. 几声
自荐中
inner feelings. 中 I mean, yeah, there is a zhong like wedged in there. Okay, that's fine. Are we fine? Inner feelings. James Bond is in front of the temple where he is in the middle rock garden declaring his inner feelings. He wears a dress and declares he's a secret. Oh, why does you don't have to make dress gender specific? Or that is what his inner feelings tell him. Yeah. Alright, James Bond is in front of the temple, the middle rock garden, in a monk's dress, right? Or dress like a monk. Right, in the temple, undercover. In dressed like a monk. Meanwhile, he is tapping into his inner feelings while he is on the mission. Okay. Let's see. Chuzhong. First, inner feelings, original intention. Nice.
中 真
Jun. That kind of looks like a jewel. Let's go to magic stick for a moment. There's also Diao. Yeah, so we got a jewel and a Diao to contend with for this one. Oh no, wait, we don't. Because it's shellfish. Ooh, gotta keep an eye on that. We have a Jun like evidence or something. Jun. Did that have shellfish? No, I don't think so. Oh no, I forgot about Jun the loyal Jun. Alright, good enough. James Bond is in front of the infirmary holding a magic stick. Sure, he is trying to detect where the shellfish is, the object of his mission. Suddenly, behind a group of nurses that are taking a break, he sees Slenderman sneaking about. James points his magic stick at him and it detects that Slenderman has the shellfish. Slenderman, who has detected that he has been found out, starts running. Okay. That's fine. Like a high-tech stick is good enough here. Alright. We'll see.
真
Yeah. Alright, I got you.
刹住
Yeah.
真 自荐 日月潭 中
Alright.
配
Hey, copious. Man, does that look like a shi? Or even a bu? Actually, probably more of a shi. Yeah, definitely shi. Could go for pass or jing, but it's not quite sure though. Or is it? That's a good question. I mean, interesting. I haven't even considered Or is it more of a fey? Because fey... Oh, hold up. Do you have an example of... No. This is another one of those, like, they're slightly different. Yeah. Like, sure is a drop, or it's a lid. But I think Fey, for example, this one, Fey, which is part of A, this is actually a cross. It actually goes through. Yeah, it's a rod and a hood as opposed to a lid and a towel. Okay. I guess Fey is closer to Pei. It's got an A. Just kidding. Copious. Spray. Patrick Star is in the bathroom of the beach house by the bay. The barnacle water pipes have been pierced with a cross. Okay, sure. Causing a spray of copious amount of salty water. Patrick tries to plug the broken pipes with a copious amount of beach towels from the closet. Oh, they decide to use towels. I don't know, that's fine. And also lays them on the floor to soak up. That sounds like Patrick. We're okay with that. Chong pei. Oh, sufficient, copious, abundant. Nice.
配口
Oh, to cut open. I mean, that kind of looks like pay as well. We did get a mouth guard recently. Saber doesn't do anything. No, we got a pool, but it looks more like a pay. It's on the left though. Pole. Pole. Pool. Yeah, it's either bay or pay, but this is an exception. Oh, okay. Hit me up. Patrick Star is in the basement of the bakery where his mouthguard he usually wears to stop him from snacking while he bakes his gotten stuck bake where he bakes has gotten stuck shut. Oh man, that wording. Anyways, he grabs the saber and tries to cut it open, his mouthguard. He successfully does so by jamming it in all the way to the point he also cut open the back of his throat too. He shrugs it off, eats some dough, and he's been wanting to eat anyways. Starfish. I guess. I can kind of see it. I think that's fine. It seems pretty wild enough. Shenanigans. Why? Don't ask. It's Patrick. Yeah, Paul. Yeah, Paul. To dissect. Interesting. Yeah, to cut off and cut open. Cut open. Alright. This was more what I was thinking instead of that.
Ho.
Oh, not Paul. Paul. Oh, okay.
智
Sure. This is going to be one of those, I tell you. So I remember Shi, that's the closest I could think of. Shi plus a tree. I mean, not a tree, but grain stock. Oh, we don't want to line up with grain stock. Yeah, these are nightmarish ones. I'm surprised there are a couple of grain stocks to the left, like a lot, but what about something that's close to maybe a shoot? No. No. Closest is probably childish, which I still have a problem. Alright. Main spawn is in... It does deal with something like... Sure. Oh wait, you know what? Did that one have one too? Sure, as in... No. Nope. Alright. Main spot is in the bathroom of the house where he's working with a groom to order all of the grain sacks that are haphazardly piled into the bathroom. They slowly order the grain sacks from smallest to largest neatly at the bottom of the bathtub, taking extreme caution not to drop, and not a drop of water makes contact with any of them. Alright. So James is in the bathroom of the house where he is helping out his co-worker who is getting married. Both of them, the groom and James, have to at the mercy of the bride's orders to create and order grain stocks and drop off the decor outside for the wedding ceremony. Okay. She beforehand. Do I not have? Oh, I do. How is that she? I don't remember how she works. Oh. Ooh, she is very weak.
智贤
Although she is also order, double order. Idol. 贤. The sandal thing, the split sandal thing is something that I stopped on recently. Between Jie, there's also Shu, and then Wei. Was it Wei or was it Chong? Oh, it was Chong. Oh, we got more actually. Oh man, Hung. Hung. There's Wei. How many double sandal splits do we have? This is the last one. Interesting. Oh no, there. Right. There are two ways, right? There's also Wei. Oh no, actually, I was thinking of Wei, not Wei. Something for this. Xian? I don't think metal is gonna bring me closer. No. Okay. Xena's inside the pawn shop where she is cleaning all of the secondhand sandals that are piled in the corner. This is because The title is Cleaner of the Sandal. She wished she had a different title and role, but all she can do is continue to use a piece of metal to slowly clean each other. Let's see. Xena is inside the pawn shop to pawn off some sandals. Sandals with a from a person with a famous title or some metal you can use to forge and find her here. Tou Xian. Makes sense. Juan Xian. Definitely ones that require titles.
咸盼
Pun. Okay, you kind of look like a pun. You also look like a bun. There was a tricky pun too. Like in pung. Pung. The fat pun. And we have pun. And of course, button. Pung. The fat is the only exception to the bun and pun life right here. Alright. Something dealing with field and in the bathroom. Patrick is in the bathroom of the pawn shop where there's a rice field that he is growing. He stands at one side of it, unable to reach the toilet on the other side. So he cuts it directly in half as he walks through the middle of the rice field so he can get to the other side. In the pawn shop, and nothing about the pawn shop. Yep. Patrick is in the bathroom of the pawn shop where he thought it'd be a right idea to start a half rice field in the tub as a side hustle because the tub is not that big. I don't know. That seems okay. It looks like pun. I don't know about side though. The pun, riverside, and hu pun. Okay.
盼
Starting to have Yoko vibes. I don't know where he is. Yeah, I don't know where Patrick is. That's a problem. Yeah. Oh, but we can think of beach towels though. Okay. Beach towels it is.
吼 咸
What? Oh no, I did exactly what I was supposed to. I did exactly what I was supposed to remind myself not to do.
配
Is he trying to stop the flow? What are you doing? Oh no, copious is pretty bad. I guess the copious spray. So Cross bumped into a copious spray responding with the beach towel.
盼
Side hustle might not be that great either.
至
Okay. Alright, let's get to our reviews. Hopefully we're trying to end it with an average day here. Okay. Oh, there, drama. Hello, hello. Rip. Oh. What in the...
牛奶
他喝很多牛奶。
2025 is still good. We got a couple hours. And now a few hours left.
喊
It's something like to freeze rare. Okay. Fine. We're gonna try to. Whoa! That's nay.
漫画
这本漫画很有趣。
Did I plan something? Or what? Eclipse of a couple hours? No, I haven't.
按摩
我想预定一次按摩。
Like it's kind of like push or massage. Yeah.
Gung.
Are people fireworking in the USA? They probably would. The ball drop would happen in a few. Probably can hear the fireworks if I wasn't. Well, I mean, I'll probably hear it because we're gonna stop before midnight. Yeah. We'll be finished before midnight. I'm in close enough proximity to fireworks in general. And then some people occasionally set them off and not really supposed to do that like quite extensively, but it's New Year's. I'll probably. There are fireworks displays around around various areas.抚养费
抚养费
他每月需要支付抚养费。
岁
Oh, I wrote the wrong. Oh, that's actually Bay.
开车
你开车去工作吗？
杯
What do you guys do for New Year's? What? Oh no, I really thought that was the... I send you how it looks where you live? Okay. That answers that question. Oh. That's about right. Your backyard, huh? Or are you out and about?
灰
Oh, you were saying in your garage? I see. On your... Okay.
"把柄
这把刀的把柄很短，
What the bobbing?
劝花蕾
这朵花的花蕾快要开放了。
拥有
我拥有很多书，
我拥有很多书有。Always have possess, embracing. All right. Good enough. Close. All I could think about is possess. Not too far, right next to your grandpa's apartment. Apartment burned down. Happens every year in that city part. Okay, that's an interesting. That kind of reminds me of how someone came up to me and said, "Oh yeah, some idiot burned down their garage or something because they tried to fry an entire turkey during Thanksgiving." like that's normal.
死刑
他被判处了死刑。
They really go ham with their fireworks, I see. Goodbye 2025. Interesting. Big apartment building, yeah, I noticed. Pretty high up. Huh. They tend to land in balconies. Yeah. There is a fireworks display downtown that fireworks land on top of buildings and people watch from top of buildings. That's kind of interesting too.
附件
请查看邮件附件。
Attachment, that's fine. What? Oh. Schwa.
贴心
他没有贴心的朋友。
Like. Okay. I didn't think I used
刷
exactly that word though.
普遍
普遍定律。
Common, universal. Hopefully, nothing else burns down, right? Or nothing burns down. in general.
揣摩，
这是一个值得揣摩的问题。
Or like in calculation, try to figure out. Okay. Okay. New Year in Berlin is on another level. I can't imagine.
主椅，
他太胖了，坐不了主椅。
My folks probably already watched like the 2 or 3 major Chinese ones. Like, not necessarily China. I don't know what China actually does, but I think parts in the Pacific Islands, there are different displays around that time. Not necessarily for Chinese New Year, right? Other places around the general region. And when I mean Chinese, I don't specifically mean China itself. They're probably up. No, they're still awake. Oh no. Not again. What is the elbow? "不要做 something 脸的事." Yep, 7 days until you fly to Japan. Last year, people were calling it in attacking first responders. Oh, well, that's interesting. Quite intense. How does the scepter and elbow work with face? Something makes me want to do like... Oh no, wait, Hoang? I meant Hoang, not Rong.
自毁，
火箭在空中自毁。
吹口哨，
Oh.
他上班时喜欢吹口哨。
You all prepared for your trip to Japan?
离婚，
他们离婚了。
You think so? I believe it, coming from your background. I believe it.
揣测，
我们不应该揣测他的私事。
Or like presume, speculate. That's fine. Bought a new backpack? Oh, that's lovely. What do you intend to do with your backpack? Oh. Oh, accidentally broke Japanese. Sorry, I had to sneeze. What the ear? Oh no. I'm just gonna toss this out
专
there.
辑
Okay.
你最喜欢王菲的哪一张专辑？
哪一张专辑？Let's see how useful it turns out. In air pack, where you can vacuum air out. Oh, that's I like that's useful. Lots of the things you buy in Japan have a vacuum sealer next to them too. I don't know if you are aware of that, but when you buy like knickknacks and like places where you would buy like souvenirs and stuff, there are places that they have vacuum sealers for like transportation and walking. That seems like you got the same idea, like you guys are on the same page, you know, coincidentally. Gotta get that compact life. Yeah, that's like a model to beat, right? So specialty model thing, an album. Is it model? Oh no, it's edit. We're just gonna get a pass today. Get distracted.
自杀
日本有很多自杀吗？
Why am I getting all these dark words?
内
Special edit, huh? Album. You recently saw an Asian lady with a finger scan protected water bottle on the train? Oh, yes. Like I've seen those. I've seen online things on those. I haven't seen people. Intriguing. I thought this 9-car thing was like,
轨
oh, it is more like a train car thing, rails. They're related. They're all usually train cars.
龙舟
我看到汉里有一条龙舟，
YOLO? Okay. I think this might be Hoang. Oh no, it's not. Okay, that one I need to review. I don't remember anything. I thought it might be the, oh no, wait. For a moment, I thought I might have had it. Yeah, no, there's no way. Yo. Yeah, that's gonna need work. Let's go look. That could have been any adjective that dealt with face. Unfortunately, that sentence is not good enough. It could have been any adjective dealing with face. Hmm. Why do I think it's like done? Huh.
丢脸，
不要做丢脸的事。
缺点，
不要讥笑别人的缺点。
Hmm. Gonna need to rework that too. Yeah, good night. Good luck. Happy 2026. 新年快乐 right? 明けましたおめでとうございます. Yep, I will. Thank you.
塑料袋，
塑料袋很便宜。
No, there's no chance. 真叫 and then it's just 是 I mean, it looks like 是 but I don't know what setting up. Dang it. Just stuck with our So we need the definition, but and it's supposed to look like 是. Can you bring a problematic JP card for Verizon? Sure. I mean, go for it. Wait a minute, Shaq?
Guang,
Uh-oh. Like wide, big, extensive, okay.
资金，
我们缺少资金。
宝，
Oh, that's wait. We gotta make sure about that.
丝，
Oh yeah, what about Ke? What do you got for Ke? Ke is like Ke was a problem one for me. Early days. Well, what do you got for Ke? You can imagine a person under a roof, which is a guess. Maybe a rotund person? A boxy person?
"耐心，
他是一个有耐心的人。
Chin? These are shorts, right? Ooh, okay. trousers or something like that. Or pair of trousers, and then I think of shorts a lot of times. I mean, it's a person under a roof, so it's a guess. If nothing comes to mind, then you link it with things you already have. There are things that you should have one that looks like that. Or private. So private.
句
Refuse?
圆 户
Oh, you know what? That looks like cool for temporary. That makes What was Shui? The other Shui. Oh, stretch. Probably. Maybe not. Oh no.
犹如
天空犹如一幅画。
The roof thing seems promising. You'll try that. There's also Kai or Kai. Good. What do you have for that? What is that listed under? I don't think I have that character yet, but you know what it means.
Xue
Corresponding relevant, yeah. Well, there's word in it, so it has something to do with speech. The right hand is either slice or carve. You can do what you will with that. However you slice it, it has to be relevant, I suppose. However you carve it, has to be relevant. However the way you cut it has to be relevant. I mean, you had like 2 or 3 vocabulary words, so there really isn't a reason to say you have nothing. You have 2 or 3 vocabulary words. At least one that is very prominent on how to remember that it's relevant. Oh no. Not really a 3.
修剪
我们需要修剪梅树。
Oh, prune. Whoops. I spelled the wrong thing.
中心
他一直表现出忠心。
I mean, it's loyal or loyalty. Still a loyal heart. You remember seeing the applicable card you're guessing? Yes. Yep. That's what you're supposed to be remembering yourself. Oh no. You didn't drop. The heck is that?
有
It is yo. Oh my gosh, it's yo. Maybe like it's like extraordinary or remarkable. Okay. Um.
担忧
我担忧他的健康状况。
Heck, that's tough. Oh man, Daniel. Oh, okay. You remember after seeing the definition, then you use the definition to remember it. Because if you saw the definition and it's supposed to make you remember it, then you have to remember the definition. Can't really go beyond that. Oh no, that's show.
巧克力
小孩通常喜欢巧克力。
Getting problems with remembering Qiao being 3 as you. Okay. 这个快订收的收到了我们的这个我的评级。Heck. Let's see. Mm-hmm. Oh. I don't see how that works. Oh.
抨击
这个决定受到了人们的抨击。
Excuse me. Man, Sparks just I don't know how the fingers have anything to do with. Hmm.
统年龄
他看起来比实际年龄年轻。
Oh, no way. That's Pao. Yes. Yes.
经
Something makes me want to type. That's not it. Oh no. Oh. Okay. My sparks are not in line with each other. They're not in line with each other.
六 护具
沪剧的唱腔很动听。
烧
Oh no, it's not. Huh.
和宴会
我们今晚要参加一个宴会。
露珠
清晨的草叶上满是露珠。
Dewdrop is one word.
瘦肉
我喜欢吃瘦肉。
Oh no way. It's like follow after step by step, yeah. Isn't it a J? Oh. A J Bu. Oh no, it's Bu. Bu. I was being a butthead. In some Bu. Fine.
逐步
我们的中文水平在逐步提高。
Bu. Gotta make sure. It's to pursue. Yeah, pursue on foot. I'm not worried about that.
至
The big disappointment. I don't think I can increase the mnemonic, so we just pair it up. We pair it up with Zhu. Yes, we pair it up with Zhu.
匿名
我收到了一个匿名的电话。
What? Hold. Lee. Not Lee.
轮
What the cleats? Oh no. Oh no. Wait. Oh no, we got it, it's fine. Not what I was thinking originally. Sure.
蒙受
他因投资失败蒙受损失。
the uh 明白白知失败狼兽园区 oh no 犬区 like cover and supply. Oh, okay, to take responsibility, to cover and accept. I can see the take responsibility, but I'm not sure about the suffering part. Yeah, that's a pass. Disagreements. Oh. What the heck is that? Huh.
船舶、
港口里各种船舶来来往往，
生肖、
生肖是中国传统的文化。
I know this is Chinese zodiac, but I don't remember the Xiao part. Four. Okay. Alright. Oh no. It's this. That's awful. What the heart? What is this nonsense? Hold up. I almost feel like it's oh no. I don't know. I don't think there's a chance for this. How does the heart relate to the horror? Not that. It's not that. Let's say. Okay. No dice. I think we're gonna have to read.
拨打、
你拨打错了号码。
Say what? That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make. Let's go with. That doesn't make it. No. Pretty sure this is probably. I think I have to write a little bit off, right? Shan. Yeah.
礼树，
我们的后院有一棵美丽的李树。
That's not a pear. Oh no, it's a plum.
桃，冰，独栋，
我们计划购买一栋独栋住宅。
Do I have any more on the heart situation? Like, it could be anyone's heart. I should have made the heart be related to the initial. No, there's no chance. Mun. Okay. What did we do? Oh, the Dr. Mario thing because it's stuffy. I don't use Dr. Mario that much. I have to change it up. Back to it. Something makes me want to just type C. Okay. Oh, 很多尺 or 尺子 这些米里 No chance. Ton. Oh. All the elbows. I need something to add to all the elbows. Like more than one elbow. Or chung for mix. Enclosure. It's definitely enclosure with a tree. How's that not what I think it is? Poplar? I mean, that's fine. I need to attach him to the heart
闷，
for sure. Take a jab at it. Oh, dang it. Oh, that was pretty high chance. Guess not.
乞丐，
这个乞丐没有家。
羊， 妥善，
我们需要妥善使用资源。
Oh, that's ye.
蘸酱，
请把蔬菜蘸酱。
The heck?
礼貌，
Oh,
请用礼貌的语言。
宽恕，
我们必须学会宽恕自己。
now it's gone. Dang it. Did I use it as reason or sprout? That's probably something that can help. Something makes me want to type. I have no idea. I don't even know what this means. Oh, it's D. Yeah. Or T. With D or T? It's probably D.
真，厌，
The heck? I might know it.
抠出，
我们用工具把钥匙从裂缝里抠出。
枯萎，
植物在冬天枯萎了。
火焰，
火焰在空气中跳动。
蟹， 攀岩，
我们去山上攀岩吧。
胸罩，
这个胸罩的尺寸不太合适。
对弈，
他跟朋友每周对弈一次。
是，敌，
Yep, it was. Yeah, we need to work on D. It is a sprout. Yeah, it's a sprout on how to like raise a banana thing, a banana tree or something. which doesn't help because the banana part is not in the character. And this one, too many elbows. It can only be the Shuang and Chang situation.
掺杂
这些谜里掺杂了很多识字，
That's pretty disappointing. Recent too. Recent. What the heck? Oh.
树蛙
晚上可以听到树蛙的叫声。
Does he walk into it? Wait. Oh no. Wait, hold. Is this not? Oh, it is.
轴
Really?
横并
我们需要一个恒定的电压。
蒸汽
这台机器用蒸汽运作。
淘米
做饭前要先淘米。
咸 永恒
他们的友谊是永恒的。
Or like forever or permanence? Just permanence, good. I was testing forever.
报亭
我在报亭买了一份报纸。
伊人
他为伊人写了一首诗。
What in the world? How does that work? Oh man, that is rough.
斜
Oh no, slant is rough or slanting.
嫩
Send help on that one.
脆 壁垒
消除壁垒是合作的关键。
揭示
这本书的内容皆是事实，没有虚构。
英俊
他喜欢英俊的男人。
Just like internal, permanent, it's fine.
藤
Excuse me?
歌 篷车
篷车在下雨时保护了货物。
Don't you even at me right now. You at me. Oh no. Dang it, that's shit.
骑士
shit. It's not the one that I think it is. Okay.
背
Huh.
摇晃
他喝多了，走路时摇晃。
The heck?
安卓
安卓手机的系统很容易使用。
Oh, transliteration. Dang it. YOLO. Dang it. I thought that might have been it.
磨
Oh no. Oh, oops, wrong tone.
"敞开
他把门敞开了。
改嫁
在古代，女性很少有机会改嫁。
宽敞
这是一个宽敞的客厅。
Wait, what's going on? I'm drawing a blank. Oh no. Like this. This is 9 and not 9. Gotta think of. Thought I was good casting. I did use the pass thing, pretty sure. It's not linking up with 9. 9 robbery. Okay. We're gonna pass on this though. New one. Oh, instead of pass, I think I used pass at the same time.
"遮 母 城锅
古代的城锅很坚固。
What happened here? How do I not know? Oh, wrong tone.
俄国、
我想去俄国旅游。
Say what? Just went for it. Didn't work. Already had a couple of problems with this, right? Don't know dice on the hand part. I think the soil is probably the weakest. Yeah, it's definitely the soil. That's the weakest. Of course, it's the same one. I mean, it's Neo. The soil doesn't work. Yeah, which is pinch. It doesn't affect the vocabulary at all. The character itself is more or less dependent on the vocabulary. Where are we at? 6. Another average day.
"逆流、
逆流而上的鱼群非常勇敢。
Yeah, lots of Neos lately. And all of them are giving me an opportunity to make a Neo archetype. Diddy Kong sucks too. Like Diddy Kong, Neo. Kind of disappointing about the Mario thing. Yeah, Diddy Kong, Popeye, Neo. We do have a Napoleon, but the Napoleon only has two entries. Neo sucks in general. Everything about Neo pretty sucky. There's nothing really identifiable I can write. Gotta think of something and start lining them all up. He's gonna have to transform something. Gonna have to like warp some sort of reality every time. The reality though then can make it anything, which can be a problem. Like, oh, a flag changes into a bowl, which changes into a window. It's like it can be anything. It could explain anything. Which is what WaniKani feels like most of the time. They just string words together. Oops.
喇叭、
那个小孩玩玩具喇叭。
节乖词愚蠢
别说那么愚蠢的话。
纸屑
请把纸屑扔进垃圾桶。
惊讶
我惊讶地发现他竟然会说中文。
喘息
他跑完5公里后停下来喘息。
木大猩猩
大猩猩可以用工具。
Oh, that's a gorilla. Oops.
油桶
他们正在清洗油桶。
捏
Trying to think of what I can do with nie.
愚昧
他的想法非常愚昧。
倘若
倘若我们努力，事情一定能成功。
消
What? Oh, wrong time.
图狼我铝
Oh no, that is chi. I have the left part incorrect. Oh wait, this does go the other direction. Oh no. Oh no. I gotta double check which direction the fork is. Okay.
虐漏怂
Oh, that's a typo. Oh no, but I don't remember what. Toll. Making sure. There's to bring him down. That's a pass from me. One of the worst. Okay.
朗吗？
这位喇嘛住在寺庙里。
星星。
我在动物园看见了猩猩。
凑。
Oh, how?
抛弃。
他抛弃了学业。
谱。
Egg? Cool. Yeah, like those two are easily one of the worst.
抛开。
我们应该抛开偏见。
It's throw open or cast aside. Throw open is fine. Yeah, that's interesting. Oh yeah, the Buddha thing. Ugh. That's a pass. Don't even use that like thing most of the time actually. That's super disappointing. 6 major ones and maybe like 3 or 4 sliding away. Some of them will come back to me going through. All right. Yeah, you don't look like you're closer to a Fey than you are to a Shu. And you do look like a Jun. Dong. This one's weird, Chu. Xian. Not a pay. Oh. Uru. Uru. 你谈 Nope. Nope. Gentle. Gotcha. Wei Jian. San Ren. 是入 Oh, I wrote the wrong tone here. That's why it sounded weird. 五入 三旅 这一点 整套 扎度 这件 热夜谈 Okay. All right. So Patrick, bathroom, beach house. Only trying to help. Cross. Wrecked some pipes. Wrecked some pipes. Caused copious spraying of salt water. That'd be a great idea to solve the problem by stuffing a bunch of towels everywhere. James Bond, outside, infirmary. No, that's not infirmary. Oh no, wait. Yes, this is outside infirmary. Outside infirmary. Using a high-tech stick to try to find a special material shellfish. How does that link up with meaning of this? Oh, to detect. No. For detecting someone who's in possession of special shellfish. Turned out to be a slender man walking out. I'm getting sloppy. James Bond in front of the temple. Dressed as a monk on a mission. Oh, he's there. He's in the middle of the rock garden, practicing, covering his inner feelings, exploring his inner feelings. James Bond, bathroom. How does this work? Bathroom, helping out one of his co-workers who's getting married. Bride's order, wife's order. Pressing wife's orders. Wait, where's the drop at? Wasn't there a drop here? Oh, the drop is part of the, yeah. So arrange the grain stocks as decor. Patrick, bathroom, pawn shop. Thinking great idea to start a rice field. I don't know. Putting in half of a rice field in the bathtub of the pawn shop. Why is that? Don't actually know why is that. Why was the side hustle? The side hustle. Xena walking into the shop. Trying to sell off some special handles that belong to a titled individual or some metal. For equipment. Patrick. Basement. Bakery. Yeah, it's this weird mouth guard. Supposed to help him carve from eating the stuff as he works there. He couldn't help it. He really wants to, so he took a saber and cut it open. Start doing what he's trying not to do. Alright. I got deal. Deal was a deal. How did deal? The heckin' deal. Sure. Which jur is it? Just setting up. Mun. How did mun work? I mean, it kind of looks like mun, but a lot of things look like mun. Stuffy. Chan was very disappointing. Anything else? Oh, you know, I started thinking about Sheng or She. I want to check out She. I still think Chang is pretty Pretty unique. D. Saw D coming from a mile away. I think we even add this is not the first time. D. Not the first time. Enlighten. And yeah. No. Yeah. Yeah is not the first time either. Inch. Alright. Dio needs to be rewritten. Sure is gonna be paired with sure. Value. Stuffy. Stuffy needs to be distinguished actually from the others. B is gonna be probably rewritten. Yeah, needs to be rewritten. Chang, I gotta look at any associated things. Alright, so let's get into it. Start with Yo. I was off of a vocabulary word. Well, very disappointing. Is there anything on top? Nope, it's the only one. It's gonna end up becoming like a Diao D situation where it's gonna be so recognizably itself. I could tie it up with Hoang. I don't know where the elbow is coming from. It didn't use any elbows, that's why. How do we factor in the elbow? The elbow is missing because it was and is missing. Elbow. Be digging through the pile of elbow-shaped pastries. Ugh. Elbow-shaped. Pastries. Yeah, croissants are kinda like it. No, we'll go with that. It's supposed to be recognized. Here. Which two were we talking about? Setting up? Setting up is paired up. We're moving. Men. I believe men is the only men, and we don't have a vocab word for it. Awesome. And I think it's the only one. So Dr. Mario in front of the infirmary, in front of the saloon doors. Concerned with other people's heart condition. Oh, I did add that. Just with his kind heart. Helping in the local sick. To impress Princess Peach. He is with other people's heart condition. He warns and monitoring how stuffy inside the infirmary is. Close. Princess has a way to impress Peach's heart, I guess. We'll just throw in a bunch of hearts. It's unique. Very unique. Chan is not, which I'm a little disappointed. How many multiple elbows? We have Chang. We do have Tan as well. Chang to Tan. I think that's a good tether. So we'll add the Tan tether. All right. D could be linked with enemy, maybe. Or oh no, I could have linked with the bamboo. The bamboo flute. We'll link it with bamboo flute. Okay. What about Nie? Nie is rip me into pieces. Oh, I linked it with Cha. T is a good one. That's pretty decent. But I didn't think of T when I was looking at it. I think I was largely stuck at the soil and sun thing. What did I get? Oh, it was turf and sun. Alright, so let's do some active recall here. There's so many more today. Yeah, unfortunate. So Chang, we're going with Tan. So maybe participate is like to mix something. To mix it up. Like a meetup or something. Yeah, we link up with Xiao. Oops. Not Xiao, Cha. Yeah, which is pinch too. Was it Cha Nie? Actually, I want to. Or is it Nie Cha? Oh no, they don't. They're not linked together. Oh, we'll use them, I suppose. I might have to add something. That's not good enough. D will be D. Will be D. Maybe not only learn the ways of the bamboo flute. or the uses and reasons of the bamboo flute. That's fine. This one, lots of hearts. Just think about hearts. Heal. Okay, digging through. Okay. Lose. Can't tie it with like sh. Maybe something like that he stole from the king. I gotta go back and do the... Yeah, it's just rough. Oh, it was to generate solar power. Yeah, that's not gonna work. And under the sun? Dang it. I use like everything. Maybe something like using his matrix to construct. Without lifting a finger. Moved. I don't know, pinches of soil around to create a system to generate solar power. Okay. I don't know. That's rough. You have others. There are more. Let's see if I can recall 2 or 3 of them. I had a few passes today. There were passes from yesterday. Oh. Not step by step. Jewel, step by step. Yong something. Yong Shou. No. Shou. Yeah, Yong Shou. The Yong Shou. Make sure. It's not Yong Shou. But one of them deals with Yong. Eternal's fine. Soft embrace. Yongyo. Yongyo is a little bit weird. Yongyo. Yongyo is... Dang it, something with a cocoon. Cocoon and... No. It was like... Oh no. It is a smoker and a lid. And a cocoon. So the cocoon is wedged in like something. It's not a smoker. It's a lid, then a cocoon, and the turkey. Yo. I'm heckin' drawing a blank on yo. Not my day. Yep. Half. And then the other half was something show. Or was it show? Oh no, there was a ja as well. Oh no, chan ja, chang ja, chang ja. There's also like dealing with show. Meng show. Flower. Pretty sure it's crowned with a ground. Nope. Nope. Dang it. Show. Suffer. There's a couple that dealt with I'm gonna say it's Tway. Tway either Chuang. No, Tway Chai. I think it's Tway Chai. Nope, that's not the one. Let me make sure. No, it's not. Dang it. Oh, this is more like Tui Jian. Tui Jian is fine. Things would try as a little bit. Yeah, the finger and the prospector. We had try Ce and try more try more. So So this is speculate. And oh. Is it the other way? No, no, no. That's the correct way. To figure out, that's to speculate. There's still a couple more. It's been kind of rough lately on the older side of things. Xie was a little rough. That's machinery. Xie is did have a couple of tone issues. Oh no, I'm drawing a blank on how to write this. Oh no! How do I write the character? Oh no! I'm adding an extra stroke somewhere. Hold up. Oh, right to left, right. Whoops. We have for Russia. Had a Guo. There's also An. Dang you An. Which An is it? I think it's the... That doesn't seem right. I feel like I'm missing something. Oh, it's... Wait. Oh, I'm missing... Oh no. It doesn't have legs. Fingers. On... Press and... It's massage. Oh, what was... You press and... Move around or something? On... Oh, and beat. On... T. He is really tough. There's a goat. He is like there's earthworm or which reminded me of another thing. What the... Where is it? Is there that many G's? Holy. There's like missiles. You're attaching it to a car, I think. are, but you also have like a mountain. Oh my god. Beat. So you have your weapon. Alright, your weapon. What do I do, weapon? Your weapon. And the hand at the bottom. On G for massage. And I remember something else too. It deals with G as well, which was I don't know what it is. It looks like something like this. Oh no. It's a record, right? No, it's an edit, not record. I was thinking a record, but not record. It's edits. How do we edit? It's it has car, mouth, and I'm gonna say shellfish. Does that look correct? Looks like it's. Oh. Where's edit at? Oh no, it's ear. Dang it. Ear. And what was this linked up with? What was the edit? It's not quite edit. It's an album. Some sort of album. Like maybe Drung. Oh no, I'm not great with Drung either. Nope. Not a chance. Like a field with a caliper. I'm gonna say ugh, that's a little cry. Oh, it's a wait. I think the stroke order is a little off. Oh, okay, that's because I missed 2 strokes. There's a difference between a cicada and a mantis or a cricket. So album's a little weird for both, actually. Different types of album. I think that's good enough. Total Recall. I want to look at cricket. Right, cricket. And then Mantis is... Oh, it doesn't... It's actually slightly different. Mantis is more like... Or not Mantis, wait. This is cricket. What was the other thing? I think of Mantis now, but... Oh no, it's just called, it's just special. Yeah. And then special is Mantis, or special has Mantis in it. Oh no, cicada, that's what I'm looking for in Hunt. Cicada, and pretty sure that's supposed to be Mantis in the other way. I'm not sure anymore. Okay, I have to distinguish that sometime. All right. Well, that concludes our last session of 2025, right? Of HanziHero. Right. 新年快乐, right? Happy New Year's to everyone. It's almost New Year's for me. I have less than 2 hours. Usher in 2026. The schedule is gonna slightly change. For HanziHero, I don't know when I'm gonna start doing the vocab mining, but for 2026 the plan is to add vocab stuff from our other activities into the HanziHero rotation. So then it may or may not slow things down. I'm not entirely sure how the dictionary thing works yet on stuff. So most of the concentration will be to add vocabulary words, or encourage one to add words via the dictionary. Add words via the dictionary of troubled characters. So that's going to be 2026 all the way until the end. HanziHero is projected to end before the half of 2026. So before summertime 2026 is when the characters will be covered. However, when we're going to do this, I think the next goal now is to spend time adding resonating vocabulary words via the dictionary. Looking is the next step. And then for WaniKani, we're having Boonpro added to the same session of WaniKani. WaniKani has been going fairly quick because I've been focusing on a different way to liberate some time to make space for Boonpro. So HanziHero is going to continue using one of its features. So I feel like transitioning and making more associations with vocabulary words kind of is required now at the increased pace. These places tend to be increased paces because there are many times where there are more characters than there are vocabulary words, which may slow it down all the way to the full year. Don't really know yet. In terms of grammar, I think, in my opinion, sometimes the grammar is sufficient and requires very minimal reviews, but we'll probably get into more advanced stuff as we look at examples, right? Look at or use them in other projects. So that's kind of the plan. That's a good 2025. We officially now can conclude, for tentatively. I'm not gonna do a write-up for the year, like the anniversary of WaniKani and HanziHero. We're gonna do the same deal every 100 days, so it'll be reflected in day 400, which is, we still got like 1.5 months left. until the 400 day. Meanwhile, we'll probably end up playing a game in Chinese and Japanese, the same game actually, in February, while January is going to be used to normalize Boon Pro to the schedule. And WaniKani and HanziHero is projected to end at mid 2026, and then we roll into other things. Plenty of ideas still floating around. I might actually take like some break, like a 1 or 2 break, and break as in break from learning, more spend the time practicing instead. So those, like for example, HanziHero has been every day. WaniKani is less troublesome because it's like front loaded in burst. We're doing like double the volume on HanziHero. I might take like a break from adding more characters. Well, I'm not gonna, like, in my opinion, I'm not incentivized to add more characters beyond this for the foreseeable couple years. So now it'll be more like spending the second half of 2026 to figure out what are fun ways, what are interesting ways to pigeonhole, right? It's all about intentionally putting in the incentive to use all the reading skills and writing skills. I'll probably end up engaged in multiple types of output situations that encourages one to create things. Whether, like, for me, I don't think I'm gonna prioritize what most other people prioritize. To me, I don't think it's a natural way of learning. One big caveat, to me, the definition of natural learning is different from what is native. So you can make the argument like, oh yeah, native content, you want to sound like a native. That's perfectly fine. I'm not talking about the same thing. Usually when I'm learning something and I need to understand that I can keep doing it and having different ways of remembering things, I learn naturally. So when I think about natural things, I think about integrating output with input and creation and analytical skills with the input. So no, it's not input only. I think input only is incredibly myopic. We'll talk about that tomorrow in the Boon Pro opening opinions, and maybe whatever we end up doing in 2026. I haven't really decided, set in stone after HanziHero for this section. But generally speaking, natural learning, curiosity-based learning, analytically using associations and stuff is natural. It is unnatural to force yourself into saying that you're doing something that is unfamiliar as a gold standard for familiarity. So like, for example, if you're constantly watching native content, that is unnatural. In my opinion, like based on my definition, that is unnatural learning because you're going as far as possible from your typical learning strategies. And when I'm talking about that, I'm talking about a generalization here. People who are jumping into language learning are a lot younger, like from the ones that I interact with, and they are jumping into trying to do like 2 or 3 different things. First, they're discovering their natural learning curves and their natural learning scheduling, as well as like developing new habits on engaging in unfamiliar territory like self-study and listening, where the listening in a manner that the fundamentals of their communication skills are challenged. I think that's a lot, especially for those who are doing all that. I typically don't do that. I pick up things I learn by creating and making feedback through my curiosity while learning input stuff. So yes, I get explanations here and there, but it's taking those explanations immediately, using them, analyzing them, and then associating them with the current things that I have. So I am not completely 100% forcing myself to learn unnaturally. unnatural learning is anything you're unfamiliar with. Just because the content is native, that's natural native examples, but they often do not take into consideration whether doing that is natural part of learning. So like for the person has to develop those habits. If you're struggling with balancing like how to remember things and whatnot, then it's more like juggling 2 or 3 different fundamental things. Schedule is really big one that rarely is ever talked about. Something that is off schedule that you have to do is going to feel unnatural, regardless of if the native content is native or not. It's content independent. Scheduling, keeping consistent is going to feel unnatural because you haven't done it. And that's, in my opinion, going to cloud whether you like the content or the content is native or the content is unnatural or it's off-putting. Scheduling will cloud that, like it will take front stage because you can't stay consistent. That will become a problem that overshadows everything, in my opinion. And then the other one is using methods, learning new skills of learning. The more deficient you are in deficient skill learning, it doesn't really matter how much you immerse or prioritize native content or talking to other person, you have no skills in learning. You have to learn those skills. Like when you go to a teacher, like you hire a teacher, do you have the skills to learn from a teacher? It's a two-way problem. Like the teacher could be incredibly skilled and yet they could teach you nothing because you have no capacity to understand that or do additional self-study. That thing will become like very central to this because immersion doesn't have feedback, it's self-study. And then when you go to a teacher, when you hire a teacher, that's a different dynamic than have to go to school and get good grades. So there's very different dynamics, and it involves how you naturally learn and using your natural learning that you've experienced and expand on that as you're learning things. So no, to me, it's not about all inputs. All input is assuming you can already do all the outputs, take outputs, and then feed them back to inputs. Like there's so many things that are assumed that people have. And then when I'm talking to them, right, what is the biggest source of consternation and difficulty? Most things that they have that are independent of the content. Like, no, someone once told me early on, it's like, oh, I hate this because they use synthetic voices. And then when I asked them, like, okay, so what is it that you don't do when you're using this? And they would refer to their time scheduling and their retention. It had very little to do with whether it was off-putting because they use synthetic voices. In fact, when you tested them, most of the time they remembered the references from the synthetic voices because it triggered them so much. So like the thing that they're not paying attention to or they despise became the center point of their memory. So because something was off-putting, it was more memorable than them not noticing that the thing that they dislike is being forced to do daily practice. So that's kind of one of those things. Like someone says, oh yeah, I love this, I love doing this, but I only schedule myself to do this like once every 7 months. Meanwhile, they're hitting that streak on like Duolingo and stuff. Like that's kind of what I mean by this. I prioritize what I can learn or what I'm going to be able to learn and enjoy at a high level. Like I do not jump into someone's like grift, in my opinion, about like, oh, immersion, you should always speak Japanese and like Chinese and only talk to native speak so you can be worried about that. I do not prescribe to that. So you're probably not going to find me do those things in a manner like that. It's largely about learning it creating it in a deep way so that you don't have to do it again. You don't have to constantly fight against yourself. Like, it's really hard work, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not telling you it's easy, it's going to be fast, it's faster than whatever your grift that you're paying attention to, you know, the thing that promises you N3 level in a year schedule thing. That's definitely everyone else's prerogative, but I can see myself doing this until the day I die. So if you want to quote unquote get on my level, as in like not a high level or low level, but get on my level of mindset, then that's probably, I'm not thinking about tomorrow, like just tomorrow or the end of an exam or something. I'm thinking about lifetime skill. So this is lifetime skill situation. If you burn yourself out and go at it like, oh yeah, I must do this, I must do that, and you rarely consider why you're doing it, how you're doing it, what motivates you to do it, and then how can you form all of the connections with all your existing experiences, then yeah, you're going to have to develop new habits, new foundations, maybe rework your entire identity around something. Like the last point, reworking your identity, that's a really big one that I have yet to talk about at length. When people start to identify with their method of learning, and it's usually a method of learning, a generalized one size fits all method of learning. I don't identify with a method. The whole goal is to diversify your learning so that there isn't an obstacle that comes by that says I can't do it because I only learned how to do it this way. The moment you identify with a learning method, I'm gonna echo this person who was like contradicting themselves actually. There was a beginner like on the WaniKani forum, not on the HanziHero forum, that wrote like, oh, is it ambitious for me to become 0 to N3 in a year? And then someone wrote like, oh hey, but just a fair warning, there's this very well-known thing, especially that happens in Japanese, where you can like end up hyper focusing or like falling into traps. And this person said beware of this, but then, you know, like list a bunch of things like handwriting was one of them, only focusing on character reading, only developing vocabulary, only doing sentence things. Like the person listed like 14 things, and that to me is a short-sighted way of providing advice to someone that's new. Deterrence and warnings is not something that creates constructive feedback, in my opinion. Like you're saying, oh, okay, so now the person is just going to make a list of things and say, oh, maybe I shouldn't do any one of these things, it's too much. It's like, well, you do all of them. Like it's all of them. Actually, the more you manage to do across the board, the more likely you'll be able to tackle all the issues and problem solving skills. And you know, it's funny because all the lists, one of them was like app overuse was one of the traps for beginner language learners. And this person then, after that preface, say like, oh, if you were looking for information, like constructive information or advice, they start listing like 16 apps. Like 16 like different plugins and stuff. Like you are the like that's what I mean by lacking self-awareness and then providing information based on a lack of self-awareness. So while you create a deterrence for whatever you're projecting your fears onto someone else, you then provide advice that would encourage them to end up in that position. Largely because I think the way that person worded it would suggest that that person was in like experienced that, so they were giving a heads up kind of situation, and then proceeds to show that these are all the things they do, and then they would suggest these things. So like, that's a lot. Probably the first advice would be to have the person describe in detail what they're currently doing, what they have done, what they are thinking about doing, and then add to that. You know, embellish the way that they're going about it, and then leave them enough time or space to discover things on their own, quote unquote, naturally. Right? One has to encourage them to do so. That's kind of my self-reflection on the second year. This is the end of the second year of language learning, and we have so many things that can be integrated here and there, and I'm looking forward to what 2026 is going to bring. And it's going to start with Boon Pro. We're going to do some grammar. I absolutely love grammar, and I have so many interesting ways of thinking about it. So we're going to explore that and see if any of that stuff is applicable nowadays. Like mind webbing, which is very similar to sentence diagramming. But mind webbing kind of is more like laying it out according to your head, as opposed to like some fundamental rules of diagramming. Like there are correct ways to diagram, sentence diagram, like in English and whatnot. Mine is more like mind webbing, where I take whatever the structure is and I modify it for my own convenience. Kind of like this. Kind of like how I'm associating these and replacing these and substituting meanings. This is mind webbing. Or mind palancing, or whatever you want to call it. And that's how I fill in all my gaps. I close up the gaps by reinforcing it. It's kind of like pulling the net on different threads and then just sealing it back again, right? Like you're just grabbing a bunch of loose threads and then you're overlapping them. So you're patching it up, basically. As opposed to like starting dry or constantly starting over. I think at the moment it's pretty clear to me that the question that people are trying to answer or ask for advice or recommendation comes with figuring out where their perspective and mindset is from. Largely because no matter how efficient, native, feature-rich the content is, or how comprehensive, not comprehensible, comprehensive the one-stop shop or tools are, compartmentalization is king in the internet world, in a post-internet world. And because of compartmentalization, especially hyper-compartmentalization, what's the difference between compartmentalization and hyper-compartmentalization? Compartmentalization is a response oftentimes, like, oh, this is too complicated, this is too complicated, and they're together. It's like, okay, so let's separate them and make them separate things so that they're more manageable. We can tackle things one at a time. Hyper-compartmentalization is in my opinion, has a characteristic behavior where they look for something being compartmentalized as a way to be desirable. So like you're focusing on having tools separate things for you. So like only listening to native content is a separation of you from your native language, right? So you're deliberately focused on creating separate environments. Well, that's a lot of things to juggle. So I mean, I'm a bit of a mixed bag. I rely on association. So it's half and half. I take in new things and I relate them to old things. And then I engage them as many of my skill sets as possible. Not remove as many skill sets as possible with a existing thing in order to completely, quote unquote, immerse in something. It's legitimately, if I had to give a hot take, I'm legitimately doing opposite of what people believe is ideal. Like, to immerse in things is to break the fourth wall. The most I've ever learned in my life, the greatest volume that creates significance and staying power is if I break the fourth wall. If I immerse in something, I will, in my opinion, I will more likely develop gaps, hyper focus on things, miss things, right? Like those are the gaps, but missing things in observation, get stuck in my own echo chamber, burnout, and then have this vicious cycle of trusting but not trusting the process. More on that in the future. But I think immersion is the antithesis of deep thinking. To me, personally, very hot, I know, very hot take. If you're immersed in looking at your flashcards, you will not think outside those flashcards. Like, and you might be thinking, well, immersion don't use flashcards. Like, okay, well, if you're immersed in the anime, then you don't make connections between two anime. You don't make the connections between anime and the manga because all you care about is immersing in the one thing. Now, I'm not saying everyone does this. I'm talking about those who have a different, maybe perhaps a misled or misguided way of understanding how, in my opinion, memory and learning works. Is the idea that maybe they took it to an extreme, too much of an extreme, where like, oh, sentence mining can never be related to graded reading, and graded reading can never be associated with the way you talk to someone. It's finding the connections between all those things. How you can use one thing to support another thing, and both of them combined is what creates, in my opinion, immersive learning, not immersive content. Like, I get really, if I had a pet peeve right now, especially from Japanese language learners, is that they choose to define what is immersion by how quote unquote real the learning is. Learning is real. Native content is not real learning. Like, it can be. It doesn't guarantee that is real learning. Sorry, I misspoke a little bit. Real learning happens when you are immersively learning, as in deep processing with the content you are consuming. Thinking that it is coming from a native source and you're like talking to someone who's a native speaker or going to Japan doesn't mean you're going to learn the thing. Like, immersing yourself in something, like immersing yourself in a content does not guarantee active learning. It is the act of learning. Immersive learning, in a way, if you want to combine the technique, it's the act of wanting to immerse for learning purposes. You are actively looking and challenging, and it's exhausting. You can't do it all the time. There's a chance you're going to burn out. Those are all the consequences of learning from immersion. So learning in the act of immersing in a content. That's immersive learning. Immersing yourself with native content, that's not learning. Like, in my opinion, that does not guarantee learning. You can move to Japan and then come back 4 years to your native country and still retain nothing about the language. You can literally go to a country and rely completely on what you've already known and learn nothing from that country. It is very possible. It's even more possible the older you get, the more you're an adult, because your adult mind is very disciplined. It can effectively compartmentalize all these things. Like, a very short example would be if you're not actively learning. I don't like using the word immersion because people have overused it and they generalized it to some archetype. When you're not actively learning, it's like the same of getting something wrong, and then immediately when it comes back 10 seconds later, you don't remember it. Like, because you didn't learn anything, you didn't look at it, you didn't even know why it's wrong. Most of, like, I think 99%, not 99, but more than 50% of the time, you're trying to figure out what is it that makes it makes it not memorable, or what is it that makes it memorable. You're comparing and contrasting and deep processing about the instance of the thing that happened. Immersion, quote unquote, immersing in native content, gives you all the excuse, in my opinion. It might even promote, quote unquote, a bad habit of skimming, like not caring every word is important, only grasping things repeatedly, disproportionately. Like, for example, you're going to hear Ohayo a lot of times. So that's going to draw your attention over and over again. Ohayo, Ohayo this, Ohayo that, and then everything around it will be blurred. What does that, if you want to know an example in kanji or Hanzi, is when you look at a character and you look at another similar character and you've seen them over and over again, and then when someone asks you what is the difference between this character and the other character off the top of your head, you're going to say, well, they kind of look the same, so I don't really know how they're different. When I see it, I'll know that they're different. Yeah, that's the difference between immersive learning and the thing, in my opinion, that the last 2 years have taught, at least exposed me to. Most people passively learn. They kind of like get a general idea of things, and then they look at it and they recognize it. Oh, that's what it is. And it's like, yeah, but you didn't learn it. You're like, well, it looks like that. And I'm like, okay, can you describe more about it? Like, what does it mean? What could it mean? What are the things that makes you think that that's what it means? Like, well, it kind of just looks like that. Like, okay, that's memorization and recognition. That's one of the lowest level of thinking that you can do. And then in the future, when you want to go do that stuff, sure, it'll still be sufficient. So we're not talking about like you'll fail. There's no failing in self-study, in my opinion, if the person reaches their sufficient goals. If they're looking for idealism goals, sorry, I'm not one to help with idealistic things like learning all the kanji in like learning 2,000 kanji in 6 months. I'm not that kind of person, so I'm not making commentary on people who drive their motivation based on goals only. Process-oriented things. If you look at something and you get it wrong, you're going to try to do it again the same way and expect a different result. If you do, memorization, repetition, that's all you got. Memorization, repetition, and recognition, right? It requires a trigger, it requires a cue. I'm not here to, like, I prefer to sacrifice, quote unquote, sacrifice efficiency about, like, oh, having to sound native or having to always sound natural, that kind of thing. I'm willing to sacrifice some of that in order to know that when I'm learning something, I'm also outputting and creating in the process. So for me, I'm doing things as well as learning things. I'm learning and then I'm understanding immediately by doing them. And if they're inaccurate, the more I repeat that as I'm going, the more meaningful all those changes and those things happen. Correcting a bad habit is when you've done something so long without your awareness that it becomes innate. That is not the same as actively learning. When you're actively learning, most things are in flux. Like, because you're constantly scrutinizing and updating when new information comes in. And to me, over time, when the input matches the equilibrium steady state, right, when matches the output's flow to maintain those two things, you can then perpetually do that. You can perpetually be interested in learning more words over time, or more context, more stories, and then immediately go and use them to feel like the reward happens. You're normalizing it. Like some people, they like to learn for a year before they use it. That's fine. For me, I give it like a week. When I learn something new, I almost immediately use it in some form of process thinking. Right? And that's because I don't want to spend time going back and it's like, oh, okay, so what was that again? Like, it's this. So I'm like repeating the same process that I remembered the first time. No, when I forget something, I'm looking for a new way to remember it. Like, in addition to the old way, if I forget something, it's going to be more elaborate. It's going to continue to leverage all the things that I know. Like, I couldn't have done these associations before. I can now. So this, in my opinion, is immersive learning. Immersion in content gives everyone the reason never to do this. That's hot take. When you are thinking that you're learning by memorizing and recognizing the perfect and ideal examples, you don't do any critical thinking. You don't need to. You just remember the thing that is correct. And then when you find out, you go to Japan and you realize, oh, every single person kind of still varies in a way that is meaningfully disruptive to your idealism. It's like, well, yes, because you only remember a example. And in the future, you're going to have to remember hundreds of examples, 200s of examples, 300s of examples. There isn't a scale up because you didn't understand. You didn't try to understand based on the context of all your behavior and experiences. So to me, like, after 2 years, right, Duolingo did something for me that I could translate to WaniKani and HanziHero. HanziHero and WaniKani as a wrap up, like the way I learn new vocabulary and new characters are fundamentally not even close to what it was a year ago. And that is priceless. It's like transferable. It can be used for future languages. Remembering all these things because you can, that's content. Content is not transferable. Your comprehension and understanding of how you're learning and immersively learning things is how you're going to get faster in the future, how you can be encouraged to do it all again. So if it feels like you're starting over every time, you're like, I could start Chinese. And then your first thought is, oh man, that means that I have to experience all the Japanese language, like all that Japanese experience over again. Then yes, you have learned very little about learning. You probably have memorized a lot of things based on a single entity. So like that's perfectly fine if you are only going to learn one language and you're not going to learn anything else either that's difficult or takes time and consuming, because it's going to suck. When you start over, you literally mentally start over. I do not start over. Like I try my best not to start over, as in I don't discard Duolingo because it overlaps with WaniKani and HanziHero based on content. And I'll be addressing this tomorrow as well for Boom Pro. I'm not discarding my knowledge just because I'm starting over on the content. Your learning capacity and deep processing is reinforced by reviewing things. How you take advantage of that is based on how deeply you are thinking about your stuff, right? If you say to me, oh, I know all this stuff again, I know all this stuff already, so I'm just going to skip over all the things I already know, the content you already know, and then proceed with something with a different methodology and different process, then you're probably not going to resonate with what I'm saying, because that means every time you start, it's going to be awful, in my opinion. Like, starting new things is not technically starting new things. You are equipped with all your experiences that you had before. The content is rarely ever transferable. So, like, if you hate starting over, in my opinion, is probably tied to the idea that your content is what you remember as the value, not the lessons learned and the skills built in the process of learning that thing. So whenever you go to learn math or go to learn physics, instead of seeing them as connected things, like you can use your physics to incentivize your math, or your math can be another way you engage with Japanese and Chinese, you look at it as compartmentalized things because they're disciplinarily compartmentalized. Like, oh yeah, I don't need to know science if I have common sense. I don't need to learn how to analyze data when the internet can summarize the data for me. Well, you don't need to do those things because it's not curious to you to see how they're connected in the first place. That doesn't mean you can't be happy. So at the end of the day, most of the stuff I said is not necessary for happiness. It certainly makes life a lot more interesting personally when you see the connections in things, or make connections where people don't think there are connections. That's kind of part of the fun. So what does how unnatural is HanziHero and WaniKani? It's not. It's really natural. What's unnatural is when the first time you spend learning a language and you're already like a super experienced person who's multilingual, you choose to learn like you haven't ever learned anything before. I think that's pretty unnatural, and probably something I don't resonate with. I keep getting asked when someone says, oh yeah, I have a problem. Nothing comes to mind. It's like, what do you mean nothing comes to mind? Like, you lived a very long time. You've made a decision. Something has to come to mind, right? Like, no, you get a lot of these situations where like, oh, that doesn't look like anything I've ever seen. I'm like, are you sure about that? Like, do you want to, like, you have never seen a anything that looked remotely like this combination of lines? I mean, you could. I mean, if you are like, 13 years old or younger, or maybe like really, really sheltered. But generally speaking, that is one of the weaknesses that's happening right now. I think it's among the top 5 recurring themes that I have to address when someone says like, oh, but what if you remember the wrong thing? It's like, well, the wrong thing will be related to the more right thing later down the road, which makes the more right thing easier to remember because I know the wrong thing, if you're saying what I'm learning is wrong. Because I form associations based on that. It's a continuum. What is a mistake becomes the memorable thing to the new thing, to the correct thing. It's not something to be forgotten because you spend time remembering it. See, that there's a conversion process. It's an association process, not a discarding process. Like, oh, dang it, I learned this the wrong way. Now I'm going to spend the next 3 days forgetting that and treating the new thing as a separate thing from the old thing. Like, well, so much for learning from your mistakes. Like, you don't learn anything from your mistakes by deliberately forgetting what the mistakes you made was. Like, that's like illogical. Someone comes up and say, oh, I always learn from my mistakes. I love learning from my mistakes. Oh, wait, but be careful. If you do this, you're going to develop bad habits. Like, but what about learning from my mistakes? It's oxymoronic. Someone who can really appreciate learning from your mistakes, so what if you develop bad habits? They become the starting point and the center of what you learn from those mistakes, right? You're internalizing your mistakes. Preventing and fear-mongering and doing deterrence as a constructive criticism, that is someone who don't believe in mistakes and learning from them, in my opinion, because they want to minimize the value of doing things and process-oriented problem solving, right? You make less mistakes, so somehow that makes you a better learner. Or you make less mistakes and prevent other people from making less mistakes, so then you inherently think that they're going to be more robust at learning and solving problems when they encounter them. It's actually quite the opposite. In fact, I would even argue there's a negligible difference. Not saying it's scientific, which one's more superior. We're not making a competition about this. And it's very difficult to measure, obviously. However, it's incredibly viable or competitively, possibly statistically negligible difference between someone who's able to full-heartedly do things and correct things as they go versus someone who gets the best advice possible, avoids all the pitfalls, and then somehow gets to that same position. To me, I'm a little biased because I would probably favor the person who did things, correct things, modified things, and still probably statistically get to the same place that a person who encountered zero problems because everything was explained to them and how they go about it. In my opinion, the one that got there, even if the other person was delayed, that person would be far more resourceful. They would be able to critically think, problem solve, and know how they naturally learn through many things that are either abstract, subjective, or objective. The other person, they only have one inherent idealism. And when they stray from that idealism, that's when I have a conversation with them. That's what happens most of the time. The individuals that I encounter who maybe find myself interesting on the way I approach learning and solving problems are inherently enriched for those type of people. When they say, I don't get it, the way I understand things, it just doesn't help me. I can't understand this. Like, no matter how hard I try, I can't understand this. And I asked them, so how do you go about understanding this? They would describe it in great detail, and then they would end. It's like, so what about what happens if you try doing something like this differently? It's like, I don't understand that. Have you tried it? Like, maybe you can see if your development, the way you problem solve and sync together, is like, I don't understand. What's the point? Like I know what works and it doesn't work here. So what am I going to do? Right? And it sounds very obvious when it's not about you, the hypothetical person that's questioning yourself, but it's great when it works. It's great when you have limited tools. It's really efficient because you're a well-oiled machine. What happens when one of your gears fall off? Do you have a replacement? Do you have a redundancy? Do you know how to fix it? Do you know how to improve the thing? Do you even improve something when it's well-oiled? That's what I'm referring to. So, I think as a 2025 ender, or like a fun hot take, 2026 is going to bring something wildly different too for myself. Every year is going to be wildly different. The hot take here is I definitely know I have lots of experience, like far more experience now interacting with people, and I have a gist of my swath of my exposure to people, and people don't learn things about learning anymore, and that's probably the take that I've learned, like that I've gathered from 2025. People don't like learning. They don't have skills in learning. They have memorization, recognition, and recognition being triggered recall, and like cue recall, and memorization, and the rest is technology. Technology is aiding to give, in my opinion, the augmented facade of someone being able to solve things and think about things critically. It's not necessary. This skill is not necessary as long as all the tools and technology we have makes those things easier, I guess, relatively speaking to your own competence. So is this hard? Well, it's as hard as I make it. That's the difference, right? If you're gonna say, oh, HanziHero is hard because of its content or because of its method, or HanziHero is easy because of its content and its method, then you are a content-based dependency. You're dependent on what's in front of you. You do not see how to make it harder or easier over time, and then when it gets easier, to make it even harder over time. That requires association, right? It requires thinking outside of the immersion level of content. When you are immersed in an anime, you can only think within the anime, in my opinion. When you break the fourth wall, then that's a different story. And yes, there's a con to it. It means you're not actively like absorbed in the anime, but there are different ways to immersively be interested in an anime. Like when I watch an MCU movie, I watch it all at the same time of recalling all of the previous MCU stuff. When I'm learning a new lesson, the way I encode, right, becomes more and more dynamic. It becomes more and more complicated, layered, and I still achieve that with similar time. More things are happening at once. You are expected to grow when you're learning something. Even the way you learn something and input something, despite whatever its content value is, it increases. Intuition can carry a lot of this. Oftentimes, that's kind of what I offer to others. I encourage them to engage in something that maybe will help them with their intuition, as opposed to analytically doing this. I prefer analytically doing this. I'm more like a 80% analytics and 20% let's wing it and fill it out situation. And I've been trying, you know, like you hear me all the times like, oh, I'm stuck. This character feels like something. So I am actually actively trying all of these things, like all of my tools. I do not specifically reproduce and the most efficient way, because there's a balance to be had. Efficiency means you can easily fall off, right? A bullet train on a fixed track is incredibly efficient. What happens when that track goes wrong? There's no other way around it. The difference is like having multiple tracks, multiple paths, one train. In fact, you could have multiple trains, multiple tracks, and it becomes inefficient, right? You have to negotiate all those trains and how they cross. You sacrifice some efficiency. That doesn't mean your load and your volume isn't going to benefit from it, right? Sometimes you have that proverb, right? While the hare moves fast, slow and steady wins the race situation. Or a lot of people replace it now with it's about the journey, not the destination situation, right? It's both. The answer is both. Like, there's no competition here. You do both. If you can, oftentimes, life, when you're working on a life skill, it's both. It's the balance approach. It's a holistic approach to things. Know and encourage yourself when you learn a word, how does that connect with your anime that you're about to learn? Are you going to go look for it? Are you going to, right? And then go and watch a vlog in which you can prime yourself to know what the details are, or deliberately watch a vlog that is related to the vocab that you learned today, which is related to the graded reader story that you had. These are the things that makes it, in my opinion, intuitive and effort, maybe intuitive, but still require a lot of effort, but it's more so intuitive to trigger these types of ways of thinking. At least in my opinion, it creates deeper connections, and deeper connections makes it so that you don't run back to the book again, like constantly run back and say, oh, now I remember it. I remember it exactly like this. Like, oh, now I remember after I saw exactly what I saw before. But you didn't learn anything. Personally, you didn't learn anything about the learning portion, like your encoding. You forgot something because your memory and memorization was not good enough. Like, and it repeats over and over and over again. That would account for more than 50% of people who have asked me, quote unquote, about advice and recommendations and whatnot, and it's tied to their motivation, their lack of consistency and motivation, largely because they are inherently repeating the same exact thing. Like, not that they're literally doing it. Mentally is what it feels like. You're doing the same exact thing. And the logical reasoning to solve that is to not do the same thing. So how do you do that? Well, there are a lot of ways. my classical way is that when you learn something new, you try to find how it's related to something that's old, right? If you learn vocabulary words, you can see how they come together in a sentence. That is an incentive to learn sentences, right? When you learn sentences, like, well, how can I put the words that I have into sentences in which those sentences then, and this is dealing with constructive. It's not going to sound native. Like if you're doing it forward, it's not going to sound native, but you can also do that and go backwards. You can do one and go forwards, and you can do something at the end and go backwards. They still meet. They're gonna meet at some point and collide. It's not one or the other. I think that's probably the last thing I'm gonna say for 2025. I have like 27 minutes before New Year's. Yeah. I think this all or none situation, this internet polarization, it's very sobering. It's an incredibly sobering realization that despite spending 2 years doing something that is actively considered an academic pursuit, right, online, it's being treated and is still a victim of internet hyperpolarization, grifting, hyperfocusing, and just lack of critical thinking skills. So despite even doing something that is academically inclined and suggested and enriched for learning, most of the learning is really not that much different from playing a video game. Like, it's been reductively reduced. That's a redundancy, sorry. It's been reduced to something that is simple. And it's so simplified to the point where all the nuance is lost in the like most of the nuance is lost in the learning process. Kind of like a video game. Like when you play a video game and you're thinking, oh, there's a puzzle in this game. All right, I'm going to start by systematically using and interacting with all the possible combinations until I get the right combination. That is, in my opinion, how the vast majority of people learn a language. And it's not bad or good as long as that person is successful, right? If that person is able to do that for extended amount of time and they are able to achieve their goal, that's great. I don't usually interact with those people. Like, those people come and go. They'll tell me how they're successful and then tell me how I'm doing something wrong because they only did it one way, usually. Their way, the successful way, and then they would leave, and that's fine. Like, they're pretty cool. The people who stay or talk at longer lengths tend to be individuals who prescribe to that mindset where there's one way or the highway, there's one focus. Like, it's basically the person who said all those pitfalls, see all those things as pitfalls. I see all those things as connected things together. So if you deter someone from saying, oh, don't do this, don't do that, don't do this, then they only have one choice, your choice, the choice that you're projecting. And that, to me, means that that person is either going to fail gloriously or succeed gloriously. And then you have a follower, right? Any other of those people, I usually encounter them instead. Those people who sit there and say, well, you know, I tried this like 3 years ago. How do you stay consistent after 2 years, and despite using 2 things that some people think is very mediocre? And how can you do that? How can you do the same thing for like a year straight without batting an eye? It's like, well, unfortunately or fortunately, what I can tell you is I'm not doing the same thing day in and day out. Like, what goes on in here takes a really long time to depict. I try my best here every so often to demonstrate how learning and thinking has changed rapidly. And rapidly meaning like 100 days. I can only try to summarize these things every 100 days. If I'm summarizing every single day, I would literally run out of time. So that's not even feasible for me. Every 100 days or so, it can be very obvious to demonstrate how much has changed in 100 days. And this whole digression and this discussing is kind of a summary or tease of that for the end of 2025. If you're not seeing growth and reflecting on your old self, like if I were to reflect on the first day of WaniKani and HanziHero, it does not look like this. Nothing even comes close to what I could have possibly done on day one. Even if I tried my hardest, I would not be able to replicate this. Right? I'm not talking about the content. I'm talking about the relationship in which is on this screen. Like how I'm relating things. That is not possible from the years before. And I'm still using the same content. So when you come, when somebody comes at me and say, oh, you should try native content next time. It's like, I will at some point. Like there are so many interesting things to do and we'll get there. Right? There's no rush. Like the concern a lot of times people keep projecting onto me is like, oh, but if you don't start native content soon, then you'll hate language learning and you'll quit and you'll know that you wasted all your time. It's like, I haven't wasted a single time in my moment. Like I don't know if you understand, but whenever you're learning something, it really doesn't, in my opinion, it really doesn't matter what you're learning. Because if you make learning interesting and curious, there isn't a dependency on the quality or the specific thing of the content. You are specifically curious at evaluating how you interact with the content. Like, oh, I'm not going to watch that movie. It's not interesting. Despite it being like best picture of 2025, you're just going to be like, it's not interesting because I know the content and the content is not interesting to me. That is a lack of curiosity. Lack of curiosity is not always, but strongly correlated with a lack of problem solving skills, critical thinking skills, or genuine like deep processing and deep thinking. You are usually, when someone, in my opinion, is a deep processor, a curious person, they have to negotiate how they spend their time because there's too many interesting things, not a lack of interesting things. And that is the greatest contrast in the last 2 years of interacting with random language learners. They talk like they don't have enough interesting things. Like there isn't enough things that work or spark their interest. And I'm sitting here and I'm sorry if Duolingo is not interesting to you. And I spent 1 year and I still think it's fun interacting with Duolingo in different ways, right? And then they're like throwing Anki at me and throwing like Satori Reader at me, and I'm like, okay, I'll get to them at some point. There's like any one of them is sufficient to be interesting. Meanwhile, the other people are like, but you see, that stuff is more interesting than this stuff because that stuff's garbage. This stuff is what you're supposed to focus on. Like, well, they're all interesting. Like, if it doesn't work really well, I'll try to make it work really well. That's an interesting experiment, right? So if you're interested in learning and you're a curious person, try to ask yourself what your behavior is. Because genuinely speaking, if your curiosity and learning and your interest in things is dependent on being selective and not having sufficient stimuli or motivation or consistency, then it's hard to break it to you, but you're not a curious person and you do not learn very well and you don't like learning. You like the results of learning. So basically you want to acquire that information with the least path of resistance. And my first thought is, dang, we might as well make this hard. Like as hard as possible, like as hard as I can manage, right? Like, oh, Duolingo's easy. Let's up the game. I mean, it's not like we have to be constrained to Duolingo. Like when you're using Duolingo, you don't have to do exactly what Duolingo wants you to do. Like you can do more than that. You can do whatever Duolingo expects you to do and do even more than that. It's ever curious. what it sucks at, you should be doing something else to make it less suck, right? Every time you see something that's bad, it's an opportunity to make it better. You should be curious about, oh man, this really sucks. I wonder why it really sucks. Okay, let's go find out if we can make it less suck. No, it's not that. It's usually, oh, this sucks. All right, let's go find something that will solve this problem so I don't have to think about it. Like, I don't really care about this stuff anymore. Like, they just replace it with something else, right? That is the major mentality. Even among very successful people. Like, I'm not saying, the people that I talk to, they're all like variously successful in their own way. They all have histories of competence and good grades and whatnot. They lived quite a long time, right? So it's kind of sobering. And with that take, I'll try to end with a more sobering take. I hope that 2026 will find the vast majority of language learners rewarding their ups and downs, and they find that whatever works for them is sufficient to keep them content to pursuing other languages, despite the era of automatic translation and augmented reality and all of that other things. There's a reward in justifying solving problems that maybe need not to solve. I literally got asked by someone that I've been speaking to, like, what's the point of doing something if it's not guaranteed to happen? Or what's the point of thinking of solutions and multiple solutions and prepping things if it's not going to happen? Isn't that a waste of time? Well, it is a waste of time if you didn't learn anything from it. Absolutely. But I didn't waste my time. And the future is, in my opinion, for one person, is never certain. Like, it may be possible to be more certain, far certain to a degree, when you combine all the collective critical thinking and problem solving skills and deep thinkers together. But when you're living in a world that's in a bubble like the internet, the future is jaded and have this mask and like this mask, this gilded mask of predictability and certainty. It really isn't. It's a gilded mask, like it's a charade or a facade. It's a disguise, right? A grifter, for example, can sell you a certainty in your future. That doesn't mean it's true. And I think the internet normalized that. For me, my comfort zone is I know that there, within myself and even the collective knowledge of my neighboring colleagues and best friends and family, the future is still not that certain. What is far more comforting and awesome and curious is to embrace curiosity and learn and problem solve, because come whatever the future holds, you will welcome it with all of your abilities to apply. So hopefully 2026 is another solid year for all those peepos and potatoes and little language learning babies to pursue a different language just because you can, and it challenges you to learn how to learn. Deep processing, thinking, those are your gains that you can gain even if you never reach fluency or reach, like, you could learn Japanese and forget all the content in Japanese. You can still learn a lot from actively participating in investigating the way you take in information, the way you integrate it. And who knows, on the side, you might actually end up remembering all those things. Failure is not worthless. I don't think people internalize that. Learning from mistakes is a transference from failure being valuable. It doesn't stop people from behaving like it doesn't, and then going around spouting that. So hopefully 2026 is bright. So with that, you're more than welcome to come on by, right? Or you can follow along here if you want. Pick up HanziHero, give it a try. Let me know what you think. More than always welcome to come on by, yap, talk about your vacation in the couple days to come. You know, maybe your New Year's resolutions, your goals, and chime me in on some of the processes and steps you're going to take towards those goals. And then we'll do it all over again at the end of 2026. Hopefully. I hope I live till then, right? Future is uncertain. But I think reasonably. Until then, 新年快乐, right? Happy New Year's to everyone. And 大家下次见. 感谢观看. See you guys all next time. See you in 2026. Take care. Bye now. Thanks for watching.